All right. Hello, hello. Hello, Sally. Okay. I think why don't we dive right into it? Oh, hello. Are you gonna start crying again? I apologize for not being on earlier this afternoon. Kitty needed all the attention. And I did not want her interrupting the stream too much. Okay, let's see here. Alright. We left off with a very clogged belt that was making some science, but I have some ideas about how to make this better. So the first thing we are going to do here is we are going to start ripping this up. Okay, never mind. The first thing we are actually going to do is to go void a bunch of letters that we no longer need. I cannot believe we have too many Fs. Okay, let's just dump a bunch of this coal into the boilers too. That should clear off what we need for a little while. Too many Fs, this is the perfect COD joke, yes. Okay. They're going to let those continue outputting to the belt for now, but we are going to be cleaning some of this up. We'll let that keep voiding. In fact, okay. Too many Fs, you'll need to retake your school year. Okay, so we have just been dumping letters on here fairly indiscriminately, and that has resulted in some very clogged belts that I am looking to avoid going forward. So what we are going to do is we are going to build a demand system. Yep. No, not escape. Q. Thank you. Let me make sure. Okay. It's fine. Let's redo that just to be sure I got that down right. Hold the whole belt. Okay. We are going to multiply everything here by -1. And then in this combinator, we are going to set up how many letters... Hello, Flip. We are going to set up how many letters of each kind we actually want on the belt. And as tedious as this is to start, this will give us some great flexibility going forward. Marking some of these as 10 and some as 5 because the ones I want extra of are the ones that go into the word science. Because that is what we will need the most of. And Z. Okay. Now, excellent. Let's see, we have mostly E's, I's, a couple of W's. And that is exactly what we have very large negative quantities of. Which means that when we use this signal to set filters, those letters will not show up. What is the plan for today? Today we are going to start, at least, by cleaning up this letter demand system so that it doesn't get totally clogged up the way it has been previously. And that starts with some... Nope, not you. Starts with making a circuitry system that will let us set filters on output inserters. Okay. Now, rather than belt the raw resource up, I am going to try decompiling this by the patch. Well, not this one, actually. In fact, I don't want this in my inventory, so you just get to dump whatever onto the belt. Let's see, and if we've done our job correctly, O is going down, R is going down. That is exactly what we want to see. The goal will be to turn this into something more approximating what we've done with the oil up there but in a little bit of a cleaner way. Okay. Let's see. Now, for example, we will drag this circuitry down here so we can see exactly what we need for setting filters. Then when we get to things like stone brick mining, we're going to have two doing that. Except we're going to do brick mining because we're going to be paying attention, please. That needs smelted first. And then decompiled. Okay, now, let's see. We're going to need some more of these. What are we missing? H's. That still only come from... Yeah, that still only comes from fish for the time being. So... let's get ourselves some H's. So we are going to need many more chests. Okay. Those then output into a box. And each of these boxes will have two outputs. One of these outputs gets fed from a decider combinator, which takes these filters from the main belt it's a condition that is always true, which I can't do that way. Let's see. A equals A, whatever. That's not the important thing. The important thing is that we forward the count for stone bricks. Hello, I'm about to unlock your favorite tech foundation. Congratulations, that is a fun milestone. I see. Okay. If we've done our job correctly, these are the only ones we need more of on the belt, so those are the ones... I just realized I need to move this. Those are the ones that get filtered out. And then that is what we belt in to the main belt. Now, the other thing we need, and which is why I need to move this again, actually, is a way to void excess. So that if we don't need things like... Okay, that's good enough. So if we don't need things like eyes, but they keep clogging up the output here, those then get properly sent to a voiding loop that consumes only the eyes. So for that, let's see, we're going to need another arithmetic combinator, actually. Do we? What do we need here? We need to say that if letter goes over a desired amount, okay, so here what we need to do is we want to set quantities of letters that we want these chests to maintain and only void excess. So to do that, we just hook up a regular constant combinator and say negative whatever the quantity we want in the chests to be. Let's say negative 100 for all of these to start. Which means as the quantity of letters in these chests fills up and surpasses positive that will get added to filters that then withdraw from the chests and stick them in a voiding loop, which should hopefully keep the whole thing from clogging up. See. Okay. Okay. Oop, we need power. Okay. And then inserters going in there. Beautiful. Except for the part where we do not want it to take raw fish out. Okay. And once we get power to everything here, need VCK. VCKN. Beautiful. And then if we bring this up, okay, that looks to have done its job. And now the final touch is that we also need to read the contents of this belt and add them to the total. Oh, wait, except we need to That's not quite right. We need to read the contents of that belt and feed them into the decider combinator. I could let it go, I guess. No, I'd feel better about this if it, Okay. Okay, that reads everything on both of these input belts. Negates it, sends it out, combines here. And our output on the green wire is what we want our filters to be. And now, just like that, we are not outputting. Excellent. Okay. We need some extra Bs, so we output some Bs. Need just a few more Ns and Es, so we output that. In the meantime, we are getting more of everything in here, and as that builds to excess, those will eventually enter voiding loops, which should keep this flowing. Fantastic. Okay. That gets us some of what we need. Now we just need to copy that mechanism for the rest. For the time being, let's just dump a bunch of this onto belts. Take what we can from this. Wishing that quality trains had larger capacity right now. You and me both. I know the official reason for not doing that is that you can't stick them in an upgrade planner, but that seems like a weak sauce excuse to me. Hey there, very interesting to hear script reading voice versus thinking voice. Can you give a quick rundown on the mod? Yes, so this is a mod called Verbose Engineering. The idea being that raw ingredients get put into these letter decompilers to yield the letters that make up their names. So this is what comes out of petroleum gas barrels, for example. And then we use those letters to recombine them into things like science, or backpackers science, or wordmonger science. So as we're progressively working our way up the science tree, the letters that go into each science pack are becoming harder to get. We also need letters to build things like transport belts, or steel chests, things like that. Or cargo wagons. Har har. So that's the gist of it. Food obtained. Did I eat before stream today? A little. I'm probably going to be starving by the end again, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Was expecting just the sciences to be spelled. No, everything is spelled. Which, Makes this a very fun mod to engage with. Got my first legendary quality 3 modules. Congrats. Is there anything? Yeah, okay. Since we're not getting any blue right now, let's just focus on red and green while we're dumping random letters onto these belts. Let's see. Yeah, so the way we're dealing with this right now is just making a big sushi loop that goes around. Anything can pick up the letters that it needs, and then anything that passes that gets broken down into those letters or others. But this belt is getting clogged a lot more frequently than I'd like. So you can see what happens here if you just dump things willy-nilly onto the belt. The only reason I'm doing that at the moment is that I have a bunch of excess letters that need broken down, so we are trying to get this loop to do its job and break all this stuff down so that I can then build better things. Like this, which is technically better, as odd as that is to say. Grinding for the fish achievement right now. Oh, the legendary fish achievement. Yes. That is one of the very few achievements I still have not gotten myself. Okay, let's see. I want to build that better. Let's see. At some point, we are going to need to transition to nuclear. Not just for the power, but also because the only way to get X's in this game for yellow science, which is quixitizing science, is to deal with the Cover-X enrichment process. Other hard letters to get, the only way you could get a Y was a 1% chance of breaking down, I think it was W. So getting an oil refinery was a task and a half. But soon I think the letters Q and X and Z are going to pose problems. There's numbers too, once you get far enough down the tech tree. With their own arithmetic recipes and whatnot. And I believe, yeah, building rocket parts for the silo requires one of every number. So, yeah, it's, there are some very hard to get ones. J was tough for a while. We're doing all right on that now. H is still limited by fish, which do not respawn. G from fish spoilage and F from fish also just came from that. But now that we have petroleum gas barrels and solid fuel, we can get our G's and F's relatively easily. Yeah, I'll be alright once I get light oil rolling, which is the goal with our advanced oil research here. That'll get us plenty of Ys from heavy oil and whatnot. So we are progressively moving our way up. Such a simple mod in concept, but in practice, dear lord, yes. I really do enjoy that kind of mod, honestly. Easy to conceive, difficult to master. By the way, realized on Aquila the simple oil refining recipe is a cheat code for easy early solid fuel. Yeah, absolutely. If you're not shipping in boatloads of rocket fuel, that is definitely the way to go. Yep, don't need water, don't need heavy or light oil as long as you don't need rocket fuel. So, yeah, that's a great way to go. Okay, let's think here. All right, why don't we tackle copper next? Because our inventory is full, that's why we're not tackling copper next. Okay, we are also going to dump a bunch of stone onto the belt because I need this out of my inventory. What else do I need out? I need that, I need that. Get rid of petroleum gas barrels. Everything else I can make use of. Fusion is amazing for space platforms, yeah. It still kind of annoys me that you can't make a truly symmetrical fusion setup just because you need that cryo plant off to the side to reconstitute the fluoroketone, but other than that, yes, fusion is amazing for platforms. Placed 2 cryo plants. Yep, I have done that myself, just for the symmetry. Okay, that'll be a while still. Goodness, that's taken forever. Okay. Let's see. Really? Should probably snag some coal for that furnace. Ugh. I only just quit using exclusively solar on my non-Aquila platforms, just went straight to nuclear. Yeah, I'm trying to think. It has... Yeah, for my initial platforms, I went pure solar because I wanted to get the Rush to Space achievement, not dealing with nuclear power before rushing off to other planets. I was thinking earlier today how hard a lowest tech possible space age run would be. What are you thinking of when you say lowest tech? Like only doing the minimum amount of research? Technically, you could beat the game with only yellow belts and yellow inserters. Yes, you could. That is very true. We're doing more or less exactly what we want to be doing here. Okay. Our water barrel setup here is really just to get us W's. Do we need the T's for anything? We will need it for later sciences, but we can also get that from things like copper plates. So I think just to keep this particular build simple, we're just going to void all of our T's. And just have this be W production. Okay, let's see. Yeah, least unique techs researched would be an interesting challenge run idea. Okay, you're still voiding stuff. You're still voiding stuff. You're still voiding stuff. Technically, I could stop you. Okay. Let's see. We're coming up from stone bricks just fine. It wouldn't hurt to bring some coal down on a belt, but we can leave that for now. Technically, railguns are not a Prometheum solar system edge requirement. I mean, true. I have not checked to figure out how much rocket damage research you actually need to do to overcome that. Considering the huge asteroids have, what, is it like a 5,000 flat damage reduction? Something like that? Imagine gun turret research. I don't have to. I saw a Reddit post from someone who built up a ton of gun turret research in a lab and was like, it's technically possible to do this with just yellow bullets. And then in the comments, yeah, I only had to cheat my way up to research level like 700 and something. Which I forget if that was technically trillions of science or whether it was still in the, yeah, extreme technicality. I forget if that was technically trillions of science or whether it was just hundreds of billions, but it was not a realistic number. Saw a run where someone got to Shattered Planet with nukes. That would be... oh gosh, that would be interesting. Have to assemble those on the platform. missing from here? K's mostly. Those will come from bricks. Okay. Let's see. I need to drag signal wire up here. Let's see. Put one here and one here, I guess. Let's make copper plates rather than copper ore. Not refineries, thank you. Minute. How long are you expecting to go today? That depends on when I get hungry, but probably at least a couple hours. Yeah, I don't think it's 5:30 local here. I don't think I'll have a problem going till at least 8. So, I'll be around. Okay, let's see. We needed a decider combinator. Oh, yeah. Shoot, I'm gonna need to move this W belt, aren't I? Yeah, I am. Okay. Because these need to not output directly onto a belt, those need to output onto chests that go to a voiding loop and then alternately onto a belt. Could legendary behemoth worms kill asteroids? I have no idea. Surprisingly small amount of drills on coal. Yeah, we're not using a ton of power right now. There will come a time, I assume, when we do want to scale this up some, but for now this is still a fairly small-scale operation. Okay. No. There we go. Okay, and then similar thing over here. I apologize for the horrible spaghetti. That is going to be something of a theme this run. Okay. Now, let's see if I remember how to do this properly. Into this decider combinator, we need a check that is always true, that outputs the input counts for the letters that we need to get out. R, P, L, A, and T. Okay. So then we hook that up to here. Set those to set filters, and the only thing that will go onto the belt, onto the main belt rather, is the letter A. And then we need a constant hooked up to here that has negative of whatever we want to keep. Feel like this mod invokes spaghetti. Yeah, I do kind of agree. There is technically a way to get infinite science at the very end of this. So in theory, one can set up a functional self-sustaining base. It would help if I typed E-R-L-A-T. I did do double P there. Okay. Okay, and now all we need is power for everything. Why are you not on set filters? There we go. Okay. Asteroids have no acid resistance, so yes, behemoth worms can kill asteroids. Extremely useful information. Okay. I need to slap down a lamp so I can see what I'm doing. Okay. We have better electric poles. Which will be nice. Are poison capsules acid damage? Oh gosh, I think that's separate poison damage, I want to say. Don't quote me on that. Yes, separate, okay. Okay, we're avoiding our T's. We're avoiding our excess A's and E's and R's. Yes, from the word water. Okay. Right, that should be self-sustaining W production. Okay, here we have too many P's. Yep, okay. Okay. Hey, we have advanced oil processing. Awesome. Okay. Oh, let's see. Part of me wants to go all the way up to logistic spots. That feels like the thing to do. Finally, the local trout population can recover. What do you guys think? Do we go for bots? Let's see. Well, we're going to need to do some prerequisite research before we can unlock purple science. Bots do seem rather useful. They do. Okay, this tech tree has been rebalanced pretty hard. We need purple before we can get yellow. And we need uranium before we can get purple. Okay, let's stick with that for research for now while we rebuild some of the rest of this. That. Hello, Sam Sky. Labs are all being used. What does the world come to? Yes, we are in the process of making a cleaner way of putting letters on belts so that this hopefully doesn't get clogged so much and can reach something closer to its full, albeit still limited potential. We are setting this up something like a defense unload station where we are taking the inverse of what we have on belts, adding some constants for quantities desired, and then forwarding the ones we need to letter outputs to set filters. So in theory, all that should be coming out of things like this brand new stone outpost should be just the letters that are in demand on the belts, and everything else that is excess from these boxes can just get voided. My takeout has apparently been drowned in sauce. That sucks. I'm sorry. I mean, I assume I'm sorry. I don't know if drowning it in sauce is a good thing in your book. Okay, we are going to reach a problem with lack of Ks. But then again, that's more just... can the voiding loops keep up? And if they can't, then I don't know, they can't. Neither good nor bad, just rather noticeable pools in the little box segments. Fair enough. I hope you're ready to mine a lot of uranium. Technically it's optional other than the trigger tech, but much cheaper to spell uranium fuel cell if you have uranium ore. Yeah, we just got advanced oil processing right before you hopped on, so I am ready to rebuild that and then go for some uranium. Going full bots feels like it would suffer from making more nuclear power to run more bots to make more nuclear power feedback loop quite badly. Nuclear power has been rebalanced for this mod. To at least some extent. Fuel cells last 2 seconds. Yeah. Any tips for a Solar System Edge ship to win the game? It doesn't need to be fancy. Really, you just need a few railgun turrets up front, and as long as you keep the hub menu open and are willing to pause thrust if the asteroid density looks a little dicey, you can get by with something that's pretty slapdash, honestly. Like, if all you're trying to do is beat the game and not get Promethium, you can build something that's fairly minimal. Just like 2 or 3 railgun turrets up front. But other than that, normal rules apply. Build tall rather than wide. And fusion, obviously. You can get by with a fission reactor, technically. But fission is, fusion is probably the way to go. At least that makes it makes it easier to do fusion. Railgun turrets take, I think, 10 megawatts when they fire. So it does help to have a little power headroom. Okay, let's see. We have copper letters coming in. We have stone brick letters coming in. We need to rebuild oil. That means we need to get water, which means we need to drag some over from our pipe. Yeah, 100 megawatt fusion sounds good. That's a good thing to shoot for. Okay, we are going to try to give ourselves a little headroom here. Ugh. How far over do we need to be? We definitely want to dodge that coal patch. Yeah, this is going to be fun to set up. Come on. Okay. One more. Fine. There we go. All right, now we need... Two, three, good enough. Okay. Yes, I know we can do all that now. Thank you. Heavy oil for Y for refinery is the first thought if you want more than one. I'm not actually sure that I do want more than one, at least for the time being. I think it is going to be complicated enough with just one on our hands. Because this here is going to be filling petroleum gas barrel. This here is going to be filling light oil barrel. This is going to be filling heavy oil. And this off to the side is going to be making solid fuel. I'll leave that for the time being. Okay. How to do this in a confined footprint. This takes barrels. Well, this takes the letters for barrel. Let's see. We need more decompilers. Hey, cool. Things are still happening in the background. Might need to set up a system to void fluids with recipe changing, since you can't just crack everything down. So my plan to deal with that, rather than cracking everything down, is just to set up separate barreling recipes for each of these and void the excess letters to keep it flowing. B-A-R-E-L. Do we care? I don't think we care. We care more about what comes out. Because we want some of this to go to a voiding loop and others to go on an output belt. Yes, yes, stop telling me those are new. Okay, let's see. We need to drag our belt quantity signal over here. To forward on a decider combinator. Where's another decider? Let's take that. Paste settings. Okay. This is going to be heavy oil barrel. V Y O I. Thank you for that autosave. B A. I need R. We have E, we have L. That should do it. Set that to set filters. And in theory... Oh, you still need power. Okay. The only thing we need out of this recipe chain is HVY, which is exactly what we want to see. And then here... set you up for 100 letters of each. B I O I L B have A, we don't have R, and we have E and L. Okay. This, and then also set filters. Okay. In theory, that should output only the letters we need from heavy oil barrel onto this belt. Let's see. Want one coming here for solid fuel, petroleum gas, light oil, and we'll do that for heavy oil. Right, coming in with red. Want to read these belt contents as well. Okay, now, can I just do this and this almost? Except for that petroleum pipe. Let's see. Okay. Just change you. Change you. Let's see. Move the refinery back. I think that's what we do. No. Need more pipes. Underground pipes. What are we missing? Ends. That should be easy enough to pick up from stone. Oh yeah, plenty of ends down here. That's fine. Then we can put another pipe off to the side and make solid fuel hanging off of there. Okay. Need more combinators. decompilers. We need more I's and R's for those decompilers eventually. We need more fast inserters. I's and R's for those as well. Okay. Let's see. We should be able to pick up I's from stone bricks. Just barely. Plenty of R's, though. And then E's as well. That's what we want to see. Okay. Okay, now... need to wire this down here. Need to change this to lights. T, there we go. The A, R, and EL as well. GH, mostly. Okay. That should work for light oil. Let's see. Heavy and light oil for you from Fish for Good. I am so looking forward to that. Need some more combinators while I'm thinking about it. And some more decompilers. C's, really? Okay. Well, we have copper for that. Come on. Yoink. Plenty of C's now. Okay. Dinner eaten, HRT taken. Time to remake this darn base. P-E-T-R-O-L. You've done E. U. M. G. A. S. L. U. M. G. A. S. B. We have A. We have R. We have E. We have L. Okay. That should be all we need from here. G, M, and U out from there. Great. Okay, and then the last thing we need to be making is solid fuel for our Fs, which we can make from petroleum. I found your base in the Galaxy of Fame. I don't remember uploading that to the Galaxy of Fame, honestly. Ooh, we need more belts. That's not good. Is there? I'm 100% sure it's correct. I mean, I'll take your word for it. I am just saying I don't remember doing that. We need another decider. Where did that go? Here we are. Okay. Yeah, someone hacked me and uploaded to the Galaxy of Fame and nothing else. I'm sure that's it. I, D, F, U, E, and then we have L. Filters, D, F, U, great. Also set filters. S O L I D F U E. Great. Then any access should go in here. And now, all we have to do is dump some barrel letters in here. And in theory, that gives us VYHGMU. Beautiful. Oh, and that. Okay. That is what we like to see. Means we should be making green science. Need M's and W's. Oh, one more thing. It would help to actually put those letters onto the main belt. And just W is left because I forgot to add that up here. Let's see. Do we want to... Okay. For the time being, let's just drop a bunch on here. Do I want to do this properly with the decider combinator? I might as well. To forward only W. Set that to set filters. And then that should automatically disappear. Beautiful. We are making green science. Once we get some more E's on here, we should be making blue science. There we go. That is what we like to see. And that should also mean we don't need... In fact, do we need any recycling now? I don't think we do. We're not letting anything onto the belt that we don't theoretically want on the belt. So I think we can tear this entire thing down. You should pave your base with refined hazard concrete. That feels like a flex in this mod. Science because C's are being eaten upstream. We want 10 C's on the belt. Okay, we have a big, large loop that we don't need much of anymore. But we might as well keep it this size because we'll be putting more science here eventually. Okay. The only thing keeping this from being fully automated is the coal that needs filled into these furnaces. For the time being, petroleum gas, solid fuel, stone, bricks. So we should have some T's down here. Oh yeah, we have plenty of T's down here. Let's see. We'll just use the red splitter. Plenty of E's, okay. Stone brick paving is really the best option. Yeah, I agree. Okay, what we're gonna do here... Oh, I just realized I need those, not the yellow ones, because I need the space. And we're just going to use red belts for this because we have red belts. See. Here, and then we're also going to need to get this down and through to these furnaces. Blue belts require Coverex. Do they really? Is that just because of the tech tree rebalance? It's the only way to get X. Oh, because Express. Yeah, okay. Oh, and that one's lubricant too. Damn. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. We'll make it work. Need A's of all things. Okay. Let's see. And then we want to pull this from, I don't know. Okay, we need a bunch more of these, which means a bunch more A's, which we are going to steal from maybe here. No, we've been... Okay, why is this not moving? Too much heavy oil. Why are we clogged on heavy oil? We have no barrel. Why do we... Oh, dear. Okay. We have no... We're stuck on this because we were eating our seed corn here and putting the letters for barrel back onto the belt. Okay. We need to take out... oil barrel. Does that leave us with no way to get L's? Gonna head to bed, it's 1:10 a.m. Yeah, it's... Please get to bed at a reasonable hour. I will endeavor to start this stream earlier tomorrow. Plates give L. Yeah, that's true. Okay. L, and then same for you. B-A-R-E-L. Okay. Need to grab more bees from the bricks to refill our buffer up here. Okay. That should theoretically keep that going. We are back to making science. Using K's at the moment, but we have some coming in. Yeah, this should be... Oh, right, I needed to make more... Okay, I need more A's from the plates. Because I need to make more belts to get more... Well, to get any coal down there. Let's work with that for now. Come on, we need a splitter here. Let's go. Can't you just always keep a few L's in the chest? Yeah, so I have these, it's hard to see under all the alt icons, but I have some constant combinators laying around that have negative of however much we want to keep in a chest. That plus chest contents get set to set filters. So whenever anything in the chest exceeds the inverse of these, it gets sent into the voiding loop. But that should give us enough of a buffer in the chest to always have some. How many of these are we making, and what do we need? More S's. More A's. Up from copper plates. Or theoretically, there might be some here from some extras from petroleum gas. Or here from heavy. This mod is probably the most useful barrels have been. I had a few blueprints in 1.1 that I stuck in a blueprint book that I named Affronts to God. That was basically just the most cursed designs I could think of, and I had not one but two nuclear reactors in there that got their water in from barrels on belts. And they did work as long as you kept them fed with a fresh supply of the stuff. But not exactly how you'd want to get water into a nuclear reactor, especially in the old fluid mechanics. Most used consonant so far. Any consonant in the word science, because science is a prerequisite for every science pack. Yeah, C, since it's used twice in science, that sounds right. Plus once in backpackers, so that's more for green science. Okay. And now we have a steady supply of coal to both our copper plate furnaces and our stone brick furnaces. I'm going to manually top these up just to get that out of my inventory. But with that in place, this should be totally self-sustaining science. Not exactly fast, but it shouldn't get clogged. It shouldn't need any general purpose voiding on the main belt. I'm gonna save that here. I like where we are. Okay, we have to finish researching this. We have to go uranium mining. Oh, and then we're going to have to make some sulfuric acid so that we can mine some uranium to keep going. Do we even have that? Okay. I think sulfur plus IC ACID. That's cute. Okay, so let's see then. I'm gonna need another chemical plant to make more sulfur. Wait, yes, no? Hey, Code Green. Yes, still continuing with the awfulness. We have got ourselves up to advanced oil processing. We are making plenty of fun consonants from heavy oil and light oil barrels. We actually have a somewhat steady supply of science without having to make a general purpose voiding loop to deal with it. Capital P progress. Okay. I was gonna say we actually need to research our sulfur processing. Okay. Imagine if there were capitals with this. God, I do not want to imagine that. Okay, I think we can take that off of the belt now, actually. Okay. I think I am just gonna speed the game execution up for a little while, so that we can try to hurry our way through this research. Capitalization plant, but you need Z for it. We will eventually need Z, and I am not looking forward to that. It occurred to me after I generated this map that I should have turned cliffs off, because you need X for cliff explosives. Yeah, hurry is in air quotes here. What does Z come from? I should know this by this point. Ah, yes. Okay. So you have to decompile the number 2. I mean, it's 2 and Z. They look similar enough. Yes, nuclear reactors can blow up cliffs. This is true. I actually run into that problem. The map actually looks fairly clear of them, which I'm glad for. And we don't exactly need a big base in this mod anyway. Let me think. Should I put more stuff on the belt? Kinda think I should. Tell you what, let's double everything. We have room for it. Let's actually turn that to 25. Same for you. Just so stuff is more likely to pick up what it needs when it needs it. Why do speed time mods always have to be the ugliest thing in existence? That's an excellent question. You should make a pretty one. Not to throw anything onto your plate. But yes, I have not been the biggest fan of the UI of this thing. It just does what I need it to do. If a pretty one doesn't exist, I genuinely will. I have not found a pretty one, and I have looked. Might want to lane balance the belts if you're adding more. We'll see if that becomes an actual problem. Yeah, it looks like there's enough room on the belt for what we need here. I'll do it right now. Why not do your constant combinator into an arithmetic combinator? Quickly double, triple. It's... The answer is I wasn't planning on having to alter the quantities of every single thing on the belt all at one time. I was planning on having to... I designed this with the use case in mind of just tweaking individual letters, not the entire thing. I'll make my own mod with blackjack. Yeah. Difference is green has the talent. Can actually do it. Forget the mod. Okay, what is this so short on all the time? P-A... Guess those are coming from copper plates. Screw it, we'll turn those up too. C's. We should have plenty of C's. Why is nothing coming out of here? Output full. Okay, I actually need to pay attention for a second. No barrel, because no A's, because we're, good God, clogged on everything else. Okay, tell you what, I'm going to steal a bunch of A's from copper plates up here. Ooh, we're actually running out of some coal. Okay, make barrels, make barrels. And you are full of barrels. Because you are not being voided quickly enough. Ooh. Do we leave this as is? Why do you need X and Z? Yeah, so the sciences have all been renamed in this mod. So yellow science needs the letters Q, X, and Z in addition to a science pack, which is made with SCIENCE. So eventually, we will need those. Hello, Tortoise. Okay. Turn this back up. Okay, we are slowly but surely getting output from our oil. So you can freeze the air to filter oxygen. That would make getting Z's a lot easier. What we actually have to do to get Z's is to get the number 2 from uranium-238 and then decompile it and have a chance to get Z out of it. Yes, this is a cool mod, Tortoise. It's, everything is made from the letters of their names, so science is made from SCIENCE. Filtering air is something that many mods do, this is true. Oh, let's see here. Short on green because not enough C's. Because, you know what? Here, have some C's. Of course, that's updating 8 times as quickly, so I cannot see what the heck is going on. Yeah, we should have plenty of C's on the belt. I don't know why this is constantly low on them. Copper and iron are smelting now. Hopefully I can actually hook up the outputs properly. I believe. I have faith. Upgrade the inserters? Yeah, I could. I actually have fast inserters to spare now that we're not dependent on fish for Fs. Do you get the 2 from assembler 2s? So assembler 2s are made as fast assemblers here. The 2, I believe, only comes from uranium-238. I was expecting something like you need to put letters in a specific sequence. Yeah, that would, I mean, Code Green can correct me, but I'm not sure if putting letters in a sequence is something that's really feasible. Not even from modules, too. I haven't looked at modules, actually. Modules require the number 2. Or the number 3, presumably, to make. So you'd need uranium processing first, which I guess is why that's been moved up the tech tree. Yeah, not with normal assemblers. I didn't expect so. Could do it with a special chest. Wonder how that would work. Yeah, scripting, I guess so. Okay, we almost have sulfur up. Oh, I should put some lamps down so you guys can actually see what's going on. That would be helpful. Yeah, X from Covarex enrichment, Z from 2, Q from coal liquefaction. So eventually we are going to have to turn this away from advanced oil processing and onto coal liquefaction. Let's see. We're doing on power. Actually, okay. Here we have our W production, which is just coming from water barrels. X goes into explosives. Ramfo, assemblers could do it with a whole pile of intermediate items and recipes that had been asked. Yeah. Yes, Samsky has very generously provided me with a spreadsheet that has all of the letters in this game and where they all come from, which has been helpful in planning. Still short on C's. Goodness. Where are we getting those from other than stone? Is it just stone bricks? No, they should be coming from copper as well. Oh, we're just full of everything else. Because this just isn't working fast enough. We're making too many letters we don't need. Okay. There's some C's coming in. I guess this happens in bursts. Maybe add some coal into the line? Yeah, I could. It feels like I shouldn't need it. But then again, if we're getting stuck in our voiding loops here with copper and stone bricks, then maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea. Tell you what, I'll worry about that after sulfur processing since we're about to get that. Alright, we are about to get that. 99%. There we go. Okay. Now, we need to make some sulfur. And, oh boy, do I want to pipe this or do I want to barrel it? I probably want to pipe this. Yep, I need pipes. I don't have E's. How do I not have E's? Okay, we'll put this over here. You make sulfur. Oh, you know what? Duh. You don't come from petroleum. You get made from letters. Which means I need to make you here. Another chemical plant. What am I missing? L. Copper plate. You make sulfur. You make acid. We'll fast insert you out. Okay. We will need more S's, more U's. L. 5. Good enough. You have FRU on the belt right now. Technically, I should have every letter on the belt. At least every letter that we're actually making. Yeah, all we're missing here, you can see on the green circuit readout. Anything that is positive is something that is not on the belt. Anything that is negative is something that is on the belt. So we should have everything we need for this already. Yeah, we're making sulfur. C's are probably getting eaten upstream by science, but we technically should have that. In the meantime, I need some R's so I can make some underground pipes. That's a lot of R's, goodness. Okay. Okay, let me think. The uranium we found was up here. So we'll want to pipe that like this way. I guess over first. Also, you can't make a tank with sulfuric acid since that requires a bunch of justified science for tank. Yeah. I am, for the time being, planning on just making it directly and piping it over. For those who don't know what he's talking about, to make a storage tank, you need a tank. Plus the word storage. So I would have to research military science to be able to make a storage tank. Okay, where does that... Not even close. Okay. We need a ton more underground pipes. Also going to drop a lamp so you can see. And some eyes from, I guess I'll get them from stone bricks. First thought is, why aren't the rows broken up in the usual places? I'm just going by the song, man. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, break. H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, break. Some D's later. Really evil hag, first time catching a stream. Love your vids. Thank you. We are still figuring out this streaming thing. Please. You still go through the whole alphabet to figure out what comes before a letter. Not the whole alphabet. Okay, I do not want to go through that tree patch. No, actually, that's probably the best thing to do. Screw it. I gotta do the whole thing letters is hard. Yeah. You know, they drilled it into your head as a kid. You might as well make use of the knowledge. Okay, I need to go back for more Ds, for more underground pipes. Let's see, where am I getting Ds from? Heavy oil barrel, solid fuel, I guess. There we go. And now we need Ps for pipes. Presumably those come from petroleum gas barrels. See, you've been eating all the G's for recycling. Well, light oil should have some as well. Indeed. Okay, that should keep us going for a while. Where are you getting D's from? Yes, I need D's. We had Q and U marriage in kindergarten, but I've gotta say U is super unfaithful. Yes, D's nuts, really evil hag. I saw somebody made a brand out of that. DEE''S nuts. It's also a band. Why does that not surprise me? Okay. Let's see. We'll need this for the trigger tech once we research it. God, I forgot about that. You can't even place a uranium miner on uranium until you research the trigger tech now. That annoys me so much. Okay, if we want to come over here with big electric poles, we need these, which come from stone bricks. Also, I would like to replace some of this with underground so I can actually walk through it from this direction. I love that feature. Okay. Let's see, still okay on power? Still okay on power. A few bees. Not many. I participated in Anti-Elite's massive multiplayer event on Sunday, and 90 people building like 6 bases in parallel was an experience. How does that work? Like, was it multi-streaming all of them? What's the worst trigger tech? IMO, it's either oil processing, uranium processing, or bite or egg handling. Bite or egg handling, thankfully, is not a trigger tech for quantum processors anymore. I don't know if they did that specifically after I complained in my Space Age video or what, but before, I think it was game version 2.0.33, you needed bite or eggs before you could get quantum procs, and that annoyed the hell out of me. I would say between uranium and oil. Bite or eggs used to be in quantum procs. Oh god, that would have been terrible. I think between oil and uranium, for me, uranium is the more annoying one. You even had a PR open to fix it and nobody did anything. That's sad. Oh, really evil hag. They have massive blueprints with various stages for each base aligned by a 4,000 by 4,000 grid, so you can just paste. 70 seconds short of world record. Anti streams his team, Troopin was on another team, and so on. That sounds like a very fun experience, Evil Hag. Eventually got fixed on its own, so I just closed the PR. Are you technically a speedrun world record holder? What category? 100% default settings, space age, multiplayer. That would do it. Not an official category. I mean, I understand why, but that is sad. Okay, I am miffed that uranium mining is taking so long. Anti and folks wanted 8 people, had a miscommunication, and only had 6. Someone else joined in, nobody was around, so I know the game and I don't suck. Excellent qualification. 7 speedrunners and you. That sounds super fun, not gonna lie. Hand-fed burner minuses and furnaces for half. I would love to get in on a multiplayer speedrun at some point. Some of the people who do that, like Anti and Nephrums, are just mad lads. Oh yeah, of course it would have been mods off, wouldn't it? Monthly event on his Discord. Yes, thank you for making a better squeak through, by the way, Code Green. Not using it here, but I really appreciate that someone actually made that configurable. The old one pissed me off. Yeah, I considered squeak through basically necessary back in 1.1. Vowed to play without it in 2.0/Space Age, and would have installed it at the Mega Base stage, but Mech Armor has made that, I won't say obsolete, it's definitely still helpful in early game. But having something like mech armor in the game vanilla really helps now. Hey, there we go. Okay. We can hit our trigger tech. Also made it compatible with IR3 just despite deadlock. Oh, gosh. Hooray, we've mined uranium. We can actually do something now. Let's see. What do we need for reprocessing? Because I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, Scam Sky, but you have to make fuel cells and then reprocess them to get uranium. You can't just turn ore into refined into 238 and 235 just from centrifuge. Can't be processed, only turned into letters. Yeah, okay. And for the time being, you just get shoved into here. What's the mod link, please? The mod is Verbose Engineering. Should be very easily findable from that on the mod portal. Fine with each of the vanilla trigger techs, but just rolled an expert randomizer map where I couldn't craft a burner miner until I smelted 50 iron plates. Oh dear. Yeah, that sounds less than fun. Fuel cells still burn to depleted ones, so sending them through a nuclear reactor saves you a few letters rather than just crafting depleted ones. Okay. So I'm curious, Code Green. I've looked into doing an IR3 video, and I know the license prevents you from monetizing a video if you want to do that, which, like, I don't know if that was an intentional choice on Deadlock's part or what, but, like, I don't know. He seems to be the only major mod author who really locks his stuff down like that. Do you know him well enough to know why he chose to do that? It was intentional even though it wouldn't hold up in court. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't hold up in court, but... like, what's his rationale? Okay, you know what? I don't need to be doing a bunch of this. What I do need to be doing, apparently, is waiting for this to finish and then voiding some letters. Using some kind of fancy graphics editing tool that has a restricted license? That seems like a choice. He uses as... oh... yeah. Okay. I mean, if that's the case, I'm a little surprised he could even get away with making a free mod then. Okay, hurry yourself up. He just didn't like people in general. That's kind of the impression I got, to be honest. Which, like, fair enough, you know. People do often suck. Oh, sorry for the wait here. I have too much stuff in my inventory and I don't want to drop anything, so I'm just trying to avoid some letters before we go back. As long as you don't make any money from videos and stream. Yeah, and like, I'm not opposed to doing an unmonetized video if that's something that people would be interested in seeing. Yeah, we'll speed our way back. But I'm not going to say it isn't frustrating on my end of things. Okay, let's see. Turn the speed down. What are we researching next? Probably reactors and purple psi. And then fuel reprocessing, so we can work our way up to numbers. IR3 is not even updated to 2.0. Yeah, I'm aware, and like, again, I get it. There's a mod which is not a mod but a script to locally modify your copy of IR3 to make it 2.0 compatible, which skirts the license which you can play. I will have to find that. I don't recommend doing it. Is it like a shaky script, or just like you don't want credit to go to a guy who's not much of a people person? The script is fine to say, yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. No, you don't have to pay for the mod. It's that you can't monetize the mod if you're in my position as a content creator, for example. Okay, let's see. It is gonna be a hot minute before this thing ends. Come from stone bricks again. Boy, these stone bricks are just a pain in my butt. Loaded with T's. Clashes between Factorio mod makers was not on my bingo list. You know, anytime a community gets big enough, there's gonna be some people who just don't get along. Might want to make a bigger voiding loop. Yeah, it's... What is this actually limited by? Is this inserter speed? If anyone does do that, it's going to make a bunch more people use the patch script. Yeah, that's a fair point, Code Green. Yeah, we are currently being limited by decompiler speed out of this chest. Let's see. We have some ends that are coming out. I'm debating, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to clear a few of these trees. And I'm going to do one that just does stone, not stone bricks. Fewer letters should void a bit quicker. Yeah, drama between mod makers is nothing new, indeed. It's a shame because I did play a little bit of IR3 on my own time, and I liked what I played. It had some really neat ideas.
Let's see, and then this one can dump out onto the same belt, or it could if I had any.
Yeah, Factorio in general just has one of the nicest, most helpful communities I have ever seen in a game.
You're not set to set filters. There we go.
Okay, that should help with our S and N supply. Let's see, what was I doing? We have a centrifuge, we can't really do much with it at the moment. I like how everyone on the Reddit is not giving you tips, just play, there's no wrong way to play when newcomers ask for base feedback. Yeah, there's a general sentiment on that subreddit that's, you know, you only get to experience the game for the first time once, and I really appreciate that. It's hard to imagine me playing games with toxic communities. You know, there was a time when I was really into Team Fortress 2. And basically, almost any multiplayer shooter I've ever seen has had some people who just get really sweaty about it. Yeah, the TF2 community used to be a lot better. But I think as most people have dropped off, it's left the worst of the bunch. It's too bad. It's a fun game, but okay. What is going on here? I'm still missing C's from bricks/copper. Yeah. Bricks/copper. This is interesting. Had a few C's that made it into the voiding loop, so I'm just going to drop them on myself. Hey, X-Ret. Okay, let's see. We are slowly making science. What can we do to speed this up? Some more C's, really. Full time, baby. You know, that's honestly not the worst idea. Let's do that. Only 3 letters to shred. Yeah. Yeah, solid point. Okay, let's dump you up here. Let's see. Out into a box. Great catching a stream. Sleepy time for me. Have fun. Good night, Hag. Thank you for coming. Two more boxes, right? One more of you, and then I'm gonna need a bunch more yellow belts. Curve that in anticipation. Oh, you know what? We're gonna leave that be. Technically, I should be monitoring this belt as well, but I honestly don't care enough. Using ease. Not anymore, we're not. Using ends. Yeah, light oil, petroleum gas, stone. Okay. L, which presumably... T, back at stone. Okay. Slowly but surely picking up what we need. God, that's way too many T's. Okay. We'll roll with that. Okay, let's see, what else? We need to snake power over here. We need a decider combinator. We need to not be making so many belts so we can actually get that decider combinator. We need a normal combinator. Deal with that in a second. Okay, we need to forward only the letters C, O, A, and L. Onto U, set filters. Only A, really? Okay, and then this. COAL negative 100 for each. Next to you, you, and you. Set filters. Great. Oh, and then a couple of boxes here to bridge the gap. That should be enough. The only other thing we're going to do is snake. I changed my mind. We are going to monitor these. Okay. Q, X, Z, and J are wanted on the belt, but don't have any. Everything else is either neutral or we have some. That's exactly. I'm gonna go eat back in a bit if you're still streaming. See you, Code Green. I will probably be streaming for at least until the cat gets up, honestly, so that might still be a couple of hours, so I'll probably be here. In good news, hyperdevelopmental science only adds 2 C's to your required letters. On the bad side, 6 E's. Oh gosh, I hadn't even thought about the E's. We're getting some from copper plate, but I think we might have to up our copper production. Might want to make steel plates for E's. Oh gosh, is that the way to go? You also get 2 E's from copper plates, and we need the C's anyway for science. I think if anything, I'm just going to extend the copper build. I think it's the highest E to other letter ratio. Yeah, it is, but we could also use more C's for science. We've been short on those a couple of times. Okay. That in mind. Ah, we just barely don't have enough space for that. Okay. 2 undergrounds. Why not skip the copper smelting, copper plate on copper ore, have the same number of E's? That's true. What do we need We do need P's for both backpackers, see we're short on that here, and for hyper developmental. Make that voiding loop a bit more compact. That lets us basically copy and paste this over here. Does that give us enough room for... voiding loops? Just barely it does. We're going to need more red undergrounds so we can bridge from here to here. But other than that... yeah, we might as well make some more undergrounds for this. Hello, what I missed. Hello, Code Gangster. We have gotten uranium. And we are currently trying to supplement our copper input in anticipation of hyperdevelopmental, aka purple science. Why is it hyper-developmental? So, since you've just recently tuned in, XFret, all of these sciences are made from the letters of their names, and the complexity of getting those letters is what is increasing over time. So getting V's and Y's and whatnot is... it changes the science, it changes some other things specifically around nuclear, because getting nuclear tech would be game-breaking if you left it alone. But yes, the science names are all scrambled, and deliberately so. Furnaces. Thought it somehow worked out with standard names. Oh gosh. It might, technically. Lord knows I haven't tried. Okay, we need a few. Oh no, we don't. We have plenty of those. Power here. Let's see. We also need to connect you to there. I need a combinator. Okay. Other than that, need power for this voiding loop, and power for this voiding loop. Okay. Yeah, between that and our coal, we should be okay on C's now. Plenty of ease from copper plates. That should help. You say you're missing A's. Let's see. Yeah, okay, we're dragging in some A's from coal as well. Let's see. Speed up the game a bit. How much does this actually help? 13%. Not a lot, apparently. What are you stuck on? Stuck on ends. Let's bump you up. Helium, light oil, heavy oil. Okay, yeah, bumped that up. We're getting more ends out of here now. That should help. I think iron is your best source of N. That's probably a good point. I mean, I've been assuming that the ends from stone was enough, but that may not be the case. Then again, we are researching with, well, was 4 labs for a second there. what are we continually missing? N's, G's? Okay, this is actually bouncing back and forth between different letters. Oh, duh, of course we needed more N's on the belt, because science is eating a bunch of N's further upstream. Let's actually change that to like 30. And that to like 40. Good enough. Stone is 5 letters for N. Iron ore is 7 letters for 1 N. Yeah, stone, I guess, is technically better, so... We do have some N's coming in from stone. It's just slower than I'd like because it is filling up with other letters in voiding. Actually, hang on. Okay. Oh, good God. Okay. Well, we have plenty of N's over here from raw stone. I'm just gonna dump a bunch of T's into here and let this clear it over time. Yeah, we're researching. It's just kind of slow. But if we speed up the game like magic, it's not as slow. What do we have up after? Right, nuclear power, purple science, and then reprocessing. I'm trying to think, is there much else we can do until that gets done? I kind of don't think so, because the next thing we need on our quest for yellow science is the X that comes from... Yeah, we need the Q that comes from coal liquefaction. We need the X that comes from Cover-X enrichment. And we need the Z's that come from 2s that also come from the uranium chain. So we kind of just have to sit here until this is done researching, I think. Try to make the item input more reliable by increasing the voiding. Yeah. It's about all I can think to do. These are... Oh, you know what? I can't... These take modules. I almost forgot. And while we do not have modules researched, we could add that to... Do we do it? Do we go down the speed module route? I think that's about as good as we're going to get with the designs we have now, is trying to speed them up with modules. Yeah, and ProdMod Labs. Yeah, okay. Let's put our nuclear on hold for a little bit until we can get some basic modules researched. Plus, that has the benefit of only using red and green science. So this should hopefully go faster. Let's see. They don't do anything for anything letter-based, but they should work on... Yeah, prod mods should work on other recipes. Labs are most important, I think, given the rate at which we're making science. And then speed modules for some of our voiding loops. That seems like a reasonable approach. Also, they do still work on the silo, but the silo is odd. I mean, I have seen that it's a number silo. I haven't looked in a minute. How are we on power? We're within spec on power. Silo has some jank. I am looking forward to it, honestly. Almost done with plastics. Probably end up with a second loop for numbers since they exist mostly outside letters. Yeah, that's my anticipation as well, is that numbers are kind of going to be their own thing. Short on green science. Let's see, K mostly. Yeah, which is just down to bricks being... tell you what. Shove some more W's in there. Do I need G's? Not G's, J's or anything. I don't think I do. Brick being the only source of K sucks. Yeah, I agree. But we are just going to manually clear some of these T's out of here and void them in our general purpose loop. Justified science and pump jack. Okay. Well, I guess I do need to set up a military science build for, like, just for the tank. Do I need it for the tank? I'm getting away without storage tanks so far. I'm gonna leave it be for now. Turn you back up. Could just make a bunch of pipes. What for? Oh, for storage tank emulation. I getcha. Yeah, I'm thinking more in terms of being able to circuit control certain things. Like, I haven't looked at the liquefaction recipe. Yeah, it still takes heavy oil in. But I think we can get away with pumping that back towards the input. Because, like, I don't want to... The only thing I can think of that I'd need a storage tank for is for making sure there's always sufficient heavy oil in the system to keep liquefaction rolling. But I think if we pump it back into the input and don't pump it towards the barrel production over here, then that should be sufficient to keep it topped off. Oop, I need more pipes. Not pipes, bowls, which means I need more T's. Which means I should probably... whatever, we'll just grab it from there. That works. That does the job. Let's dump you on the other lane. Our chemical plants flow through, they are not. No, the only flow-through crafting entity that I'm aware of is electromagnetic plants. And even then, it depends on the fluid in the recipe. But yeah, like I said, I think as long as you pump the heavy oil back to the input and then don't put a pump anywhere else, it should be okay. So I'm curious, chats, what other fun mods have you all seen recently? Anything else you think I should add to my to playlist? Oreos. Set the pumps on a timer so the pump to the heavy oil waits long enough for the input pipe pump. Maybe. How much military science does a tank take? More than enough. The thing itself, you need mil 3. which is 100, and then, so yeah, 350. Which isn't a ton. I should set up some jank military science for armor research. I mean, sounds like a good idea to me. Okay. Where were we? Speed 1s. Oh, and we're not going to be able to get up to speed level 2s, are we? Because that takes numbers. Okay. That's fine. We need to swipe a bunch of E's from copper. What am I running into? Or we would swipe a bunch of E's from copper if it was actually holding on to a bunch of those. There we go. 2. How many of these do I actually need? 2 each for at least 6 avoiding loops. For stone bricks as well. You and you. You need it? Oh my goodness, do you ever need it? Okay. Okay, that should help. Doing on the rest of these. Oh, geez. Okay, we need these all over the place. I'm gonna have to think about power production in a second, I believe. You're actually okay. Yes, doggo appreciation is very much warranted for a good boy or girl like that, Sally. Why do cliff explosives require military science to be researched to unlock in space age? That's a good question. I don't know. Boy, his name is Dexter. Nice. And he's quite the plushy murderer. Okay. We have prod mods. Oh, duh. Productivity. Luckily, we have heavy oil now. And some C's. I don't think we're hurting for T's here. All right. More science per science. We are averaging a mean roughly 6.2 science per minute. Little over. I guess 7. Yeah, I changed these to assembler 2s, but it's just not... I guess I could... You know what else I could do? I can prod mod at science production, or I... Ah, really? They took that out. Oh, that's unfortunate. Nothing with letters, since that can lead to an infinite letter loop. I guess. Okay, we need more steam power. Okay. A bit more steam power. That should keep us going a while. But yeah, I'm not liking this this timer estimate here. You can just take a bunch of G's and O's for now. We are actually starting to run out of room on one lane. that's a good way to get rid of unwanted letters. Just shove a ton into the assemblers. Lane splitter. Yeah, I could. How are we doing here? I'm not sure how much this is actually helping. I mean, I am sure how much this is helping. It's plus 40%, but... Let's drag those over to a loop that's not having as much trouble. Great. All right, let's see. Labs are all working. Ferric acid pipe is full. How do you need more W's? There should be plenty of W's on this belt. Because they're all crunched together or something. Okay, let's see. Turn you up. Ooh, baby, 9 science per minute now. Look at us go. Quite some progress has been made. Yes, we have modules. We have hit our uranium trigger tech. We have used those modules to speed up the voiding loops at least somewhat. So hopefully these builds won't get internally clogged on excess letters quite so much. It is still slow enough that I am using a speed mod to get us to nuclear fuel reprocessing. Yeah, then again, nuclear power is the expensive tech, so... we're farther along than we look like. What are my thoughts on T2 modules being space science? I forget, is that a space age only change? Yeah, space age only. I think given how space science has moved up the tech tree in Space Age, like, I'm pretty okay with that. It does feel like module recipes in general were rebalanced to get you, to encourage you to go explore other places. So yeah, needing space science to unlock them for Tier 2 and needing planet-specific ingredients for Tier 3 makes a fair bit of sense, in my view. I still wish it wasn't biter eggs for prod mods, but that's neither here nor there. Vanilla is still just blue for T2 and purple for T3, yeah. Be on my way to Glemma to get specifically Efficiency 3 modules, yeah. Yeah, once you start shipping the science back to Novice to shove it in biolabs, you get plenty of spoilage on Novice from that, and you can just make it all there instead. Might as well put that spoiled science to some good use. Oh, are we actually full on science? Full on green. Yeah, okay, I think I am gonna lane split this. Nope, or I would if I had A's, E's, or P's. Where do M's come from? Where do M's come from? Petroleum gas barrels. Hopper somehow got onto my iron input. Time to investigate. Oh dear. Let's see, I'll put this here. There we go, that'll do it. What would I rather require for Prod 3 mods? Well, let's see, efficiency requires spoilage, speed requires, what is it, tungsten carbide? I would rather Prod 3 mods required maybe holmium plate. Something that's also, like, inner planet specific, rather than being a late game novice tech. Or supercapacitors, yeah, if you really wanted to gate prod mods behind something a little further up the tech tree, then sure, make it something that you need for the science pack anyway. Oh yeah, quality mods already cost superconductors. That's true, that's true, that's true. We need more use for Promethium chunks. I mean, it makes sense to me for Promethium chunks to be a very endgame type resource that's only used in one thing. Make Prod 3s cost Wriggler eggs. Under the idea of each tier 3 needing a unique ingredient from the non-Aquila planets, it's just fighter eggs and uranium for novice options. Yeah. I mean, I would not be opposed to it needing something from Aquilo. Like, it makes more sense to me to have prod mods be locked behind a Fulgora item, and for quality mods, then quality 3 mods anyway, to be locked behind an Aquilo item. Like, make them take cold fuller ketone for all I care. Aquilo gives quality mods. I forget exactly where in the tech tree those are unlocked. I think quality mods are locked behind Fulgora because Fulgora has recyclers and limited space. Maybe? I guess? Shoving quality mods into your... I've heard quite the kerfuffle about quality. How would you fix it? Honestly, I don't really have a problem with the intended way of doing quality. I think it makes sense for... The complaint about it I usually hear is that people don't like the concept of gambling for their items. I don't think that's what quality is, really. I think when you start making something at the volumes you need to make something to actually get stuff in legendary quality, odds become ratios. The math is more complicated, but it's not really gambling. It's, you know, it takes 56x or whatever it is of the base item to make one legendary quality item. And you just figure it's that on average and you get on with your day. I don't like space casinos. I'd rather those weren't a thing, and I'm hoping that gets patched out in 2.1 the way I've seen it theoretically will be. I guess if I had to think of a complaint about quality, it would be that there doesn't really seem to necessarily be a purpose for most things between normal and legendary quality. Like, you either just want the basic stuff, or you want the stuff at the very top of the quality tree and not much in between. Like, it's nice for power pulls. Stuff in the middle of the quality spectrum, anyway, is nice for power pulls, and I guess, like, asteroid collectors, and that's mostly it? I can't think of anything else, anyway. Space casinos, Selly. So by putting quality modules into an asteroid crusher and using their productivity bonus of getting, like, having a good chance of getting the asteroid chunk back, you can get a lot of legendary raw resources very easily by just processing and reprocessing and reprocessing asteroid chunks. Which feels to me like, if not an exploit, at least definitely not the intended way to play. How do the devs plan on fixing them? I believe the intent is just to not allow quality modules in asteroid crushers. And I think also to not allow quality modules in the LDS casting recipe, so LDS shuffle isn't a thing either. And I would not have a problem with either of those changes. Yeah, it feels like an example of optimizing the fun out of the game. I completely agree. I like a single uncommon prod 2 mod in my 4 module buildings, since 25% is way cleaner of a number than 24. Yeah, that's fair. I just throw rate calculator at my quality problems, at my, not quality problems, productivity problems. Whatever rate calculator tells me the output is whatever it is. Oh, what would I consider my top 5 wished things for 2.1? Oh, goodness. I think, honestly, the big thing that comes to mind is I would like a UX overhaul of parametrized blueprints. I think it's a great idea that is not very accessible at the moment, and it would really benefit from a rethink of how players actually interact with the parameterization model. And yeah, visible planets is definitely on my list too. That it shocks me that that's not vanilla. My gambling print is painful to adjust because of the parameter stuff. Yeah. I did not even bother with parameters for my upcycling prints, and it was a pain to set them up every time, but it still felt like less of a pain than actually engaging with the parameterization system. More Prometheum uses, like anything to use the science for. Yeah, I guess there's something to be said for research productivity mostly being a vanity metric. Found the source of the copper contamination. There was a single tile of 50 copper ore in range of the iron patch. That's the worst. Back in 1.1, I so did not want to put up with mixed ores in my mining patches that I went pure bot-based mining for my 1.1 megabase. And that killed the UPS something fierce, but it was so worth it to not have to put up with that headache. That or, like, direct insertion of mining drills straight onto cargo wagons. Did not want to put up with that either. That does not scratch the right itch in my brain. Okay, we have our basic nuclear tech. A little bit for purple science, and then reprocessing, and then we can actually think about getting numbers. Using speed and productivity modules increase how much biochambers eat pollution. I did not know that biochambers ate pollution. I just manually mined the tile out. Any remaining ore in the system will get out eventually. Yeah, that seems like a reasonable approach, especially if it's a tiny tile with like 50 ore in it or whatever. Okay, what are we stuck on? Stuck on M's. Stuck on M's, presumably because this isn't clearing stuff fast enough. Let's clear a bit of space for that. Do we still have our... No, I had to take that down to fit in. Steam barrels. Okay, we have purple science. Hyper-developmental. Biochamber produces -1 pollution per minute. Fascinating. Let's see. View B, C, M, and N. Okay. Here's our uranium fuel cell. Gorgeous. Let's see. Want some control over this. Let's see. B, C, M, and N. There should be C's up here. We have no M's. We have a few M's. We're back. How goes the spelling bee? We have sped up the game some to get here, but we are up to... We just got purple science like a minute ago. I mean, I am happy to engage in trivia, Xfret. Can't promise I'll get much right. Let's see. There, and let's do that. M from uranium or petroleum gas, yeah. Favorite Lego set? Ooh. That is a tough one. I am sitting in front of a wall of a whole bunch of Ultimate Collector Lego Star Wars sets. Crafting time code green is proportional to the number of letters in the name. 1/4 second per letter. My least favorite Lego set is all of the Harry Potter ones. That's fair. Transport belts can be crafted from the start of the game using 1 iron plate and 1 gear wheel. What either item satisfies this description? I want to say that's the burner inserter. Anyway, favorite Lego set. That's a tough one. I was a Bionicle kid in my teenage years. Got one published in a book, which was a fun time. When I was young, this would have been like 9 or 10 years old, there was a set called the Explorian Starship that I really enjoyed building. It's a wacky looking spaceship, but it was a ton of fun. Oh gosh, I absolutely used to get the Lego magazines, Code Green. Both the product catalogs and the, what did they call it? The Lego Mania magazine, I think it was? That had the cartoon Lego Maniac. I miss those days too. That was a time. Okay, let's speed this back up. Were you ever into the Lego Agents series? Oh, gosh, that might have been a bit after my time. They used to make Flash games from those sets. Yeah, I don't think I ever played any of those. I definitely played the Matanui online game. Which, by the way, you can download. It has been ported from Flash and has offline saving. So if you want to see what life was like in dial-up internet days of like 01 or 02 with Lego games. What's my opinion on the first and second Lego movie? Don't judge me for this, but I have not seen the Lego Batman movie. It is a gaping hole in my cinema knowledge. It is on my list. I intend to. I have seen the first one, and boy, it has no business being as good as it is. It's a fantastic film. Yeah, phenomenal graphics. They even have, like, if you look really closely on some of the pieces, there are little, like, fingerprint residues. As if someone put them together by hand, which is just a beautiful touch. Second one is interesting. I loved the trailer for it. Like, you cannot understand Batman better than by having Alfred say, "Do you want to talk about how you're feeling?" And Batman going, "What? No!" Like, that is just Batman in a nutshell right there. He really wanted to make sure it paid homage to the stop-motion movies people made at home. That's a beautiful, beautiful touch, Code Green. This one is a little harder. What is the third button from the top in the main menu, not counting the green continue? Oh god, I have no idea. Yeah, Code Green can feel free to take this one because I have no clue what this one is. Map editor. Fascinating. Okay. Yeah, I cannot say I have ever clicked that. Alright, we finally have our nuclear fuel reprocessing. So let us... Oh, we have a few other things to get before... we can get our yellow psi. Coal liquefaction, is that everything? Yeah, that's everything. Okay. Let's work our way up to the purple stuff. Okay. We can reprocess. Okay, so we can only make basic uranium fuel cells. And then I guess we have to burn those in a reactor to make depleted fuel cells, which we then reprocess into our raw ores. Okay. I'm actually trying to make the map editor button less ignored, you may have noticed if you read the Discord. Which Discord is it? Mine? Because I guess I have somehow missed that. Why did I do that? We want this up for the time being. The Factorio Discord, okay. Gonna say, I do try to keep up with my own Discord most of the time, and I was afraid I had missed something there. Okay, let's see. Reactors are easy. Heat changers are much easier than heat exchangers. Turbines need M's. Right, because steam. What is the longest time interval option in the production statistics excluding all? I believe that goes up to 1,000 hours? Yeah. It's like they know we can sink our lives into one save of this game. Yeah, I have definitely passed 1,000 hours played in more than one save. We have a reactor, we don't necessarily need a pipe. We need at least one heat changer. Max consumption 5 megawatts, max output 40. Okay, so ideally we would like to make 8 of these things, plus a bunch of heat pipes. Ha! Heat plus a pipe. Okay, where do we get A's from? Heavy oil or copper plates? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need E's and M's for turbines. Tell me we have some M's here. We do not have any M's here. Let's start with heat changers. Oh, duh. Wait, what? Oh. Fascinating. Okay. Heat changers don't take water. Heat changers. Because X is a very hard to get letter, so there's a half efficiency heat changer. Yeah, that exists because some mad lad actually beat this mod before and gave the mod author feedback. There's a whole discussion on it on the mod page. Like, I was running out of power real fast and really wished I could set up nuclear. Hello, Blake. We have made quite a bit of progress. We actually have a fairly sustainable loop going with automated science of all kinds. Okay, let me think. If we want... Let's see, where do we want to build this? I didn't know there was a key combo just for UI scale. I did not know that either. Is it like control plus and minus? Actually, I'm curious. Nope. Okay, where do I want to build this nuclear reactor? Numpad. Which means there's no such key binding for me because I do not have a numpad on my keyboard. Remember, you're burning through cells every 2 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, the fuel value, for those who did not see, has been reduced to 80 megajoules. Oh yeah, I can rebind it. It's... If I cared, I would rebind it, but I don't. The default scale is perfectly fine. Okay, let's see. To make a depleted uranium fuel cell. Oh gosh, okay. Which means kind of what we want to do is to get the letters for fuel cell and the letters for uranium together so that we can actually make a consistent supply of these. This is the only base game vanilla recipe with a 50-second crafting time. I don't have the slightest idea. contract on nuke. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. I think what I want to do is I actually want to put this reactor on this belt. Because this is where we're pulling all our fancy letters from. Oh, I don't have any assembly machines on me. Okay, I am in desperate need of M's. Which I'm going to unceremoniously swipe. Okay, so let's see here. The chain is... we make uranium fuel cells. Goes into here, comes out as depleted uranium fuel cells, which then... oh, we need a centrifuge for that. That's easy enough. Gotta say, making some of these things from letters, I really like. Reprocesses into 238 and 235, which we will then stick in a box. Why am I still using Mark 1 power poles? Because they're cheaper. Like, that's really it. Yeah, that's gonna be stuck on lack of M's for a while, I think. Actually, why don't we just feed it a couple of M's? Okay. We are getting numbers. I think the vanilla medium power pole graphics are ugly. That is maybe the first time I've heard that opinion. Cover too much of the tile behind it and they're stupidly tilted. That is a take. Okay, we are slowly getting ourselves some uranium. Actual uranium. Actually, what I want to do... is to dump URANIUM right back onto the belt. Two, three, 5, and 8. Right, because we're doing this for numbers. Oh, I need to decompile this first. Whoops. Let's make that a fast inserter, that a fast inserter. That's fine as is. Decompiler. And we don't even need that, do we? Okay. As soon as an M crosses its way, what this should do is set up a virtuous little loop here, where this keeps reprocessing all of the letters of uranium, and only eats the letters for fuel cell, which we should have plenty of, so just in case. FUELC. Yeah. Should be alright. Dependent on our ability to get at least one M in there, so let's swipe one. Here, huge out, that gets decompiled. That should also be a fast inserter. Everything that's not a number gets dumped there and picked right back up here to make another fuel cell. Excellent. That gets us some numbers. Okay. Now what do we do with these numbers? Nothing for now. Oh wait, seriously, we have to get all the way here before we can get to arithmetic. Okay. Why overflowing 8 plus 3 just gives 1. Yeah, it's these do say numerical sum modulo 10. Okay. So for now, we're just stockpiling these. I guess we might as well set up our heat changers. What does rocket fuel even do? I don't know. I want more turbines. What are we missing? M's again. Jeez, okay. Why is our petroleum gas output lagging so hard? It's just all being eaten by purple science, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Just realized for alternative recipes for M. Are there any? A little bit from decompiling W's. Petroleum, uranium, yeah. We could go mine some more ore. Everything else takes some. That's okay. Come on, there we go. Wait a minute, I just realized something. Where are we even getting the steam in for this? Add decompilers to the W line that output M's and void loop everything else. I feel like it would be a better idea to train uranium down. Okay, something I just realized. These have flow through of steam and out steam, but nowhere to actually, like, produce steam. Steam from boiler. What's the point? Uses heat energy to heat steam to 500 degrees. Takes in cool steam, then outputs hot steam. I guess. I'm actually... This feels wrong enough that I'm actually going to ask the mod maker about this, because I can't imagine this is intentional. Code Green, the issue is that these heat changers have steam inputs and a steam output, but no way to actually, like, make steam from water or anything else. And somehow I have trouble believing that that was an intentional choice. The heat exchanger. I think you're supposed to turns boiler steam to turbine. I guess? Like, that seems like the only... But then the heat exchanger does the same thing. Accepted fluid steam, result fluid steam. Increases steam quality. Yeah, I guess. Like, that's the only thing I can think of. 51.5 per second. These make what, 60 per second? Okay. So in theory, once this gets hot enough, if it does, I just pipe the steam from here into here? Stat difference on X versus changer is 50% less steam. So you can see output 51.5 instead of 103. Yeah, it seems weird enough that I have trouble believing it was intentional. But who knows? You can get uranium into the fuel cell maker from the 238 out. Is that not what I'm doing? Everything that's not numbers is going out from this chest and back onto the belt and going right back into here. How do I set up a splitter to move only one item from a mixed lane filter? Thought adding it to the main loop was kind of confusing. So the reason I've attached this to the main loop is because this also needs influx of the letters fuel cell. Because all decompiling this gets you is the letters for uranium, but not for fuel cell. That still has to come from somewhere, and I figure it might as well be the place where I'm already inputting everything else. Can come from stone bricks. Uranium decompiling should give you a minus. Let's see, D. Solid fuel. It could be used for better voiding. You guys are coming up with some killer ideas. I love them. Gosh, that feels so wrong. Technically, this is a coal-powered nuclear reactor. Should be about to multiply I by I to get a should be able to multiply I by I to get a minus and a 1. I thought this was the spelling mod. Yeah, it's also the arithmetic mod. Not algebra class. And I definitely hit a time in college where math just like stopped being about numbers at all. Like roughly Calc 3, it was just a pure letter-based class, and that was about the point where I dropped off. Okay, let's see. What are we doing here? Researching rocket fuel, I guess. Building up a number stockpile. speed this up a bit. I never thought I'd hear a Factorio player give the "I stopped being good at math when they added letters" speech. To be fair, my Calc 3 teacher was also a really terrible teacher. And I managed to acquire notes from a different teacher's Calc 3 class, and all of a sudden it started making sense again. So maybe it's not me, maybe it was just the teacher. I just remembered the ability to filter an inserter. Oh yeah, trig actually does come in handy if you deal with game engines and whatnot. Have you done any 3D work, Code Green? Or do you actually find vector math to be useful in 2D Factorio? Time-space trade-offs and classical computational complexity theory is more my forte. You and me both. Useful in both 2D and 3D. Okay. Biggest ones are probably blueprint, shotgun, and simple vehicle physics. That makes sense. Since both deal with velocities and such. Yeah. What are you missing? M still. Okay, what is taking you so long? Not enough petroleum. Oh gosh, I don't want to crack anything down. Oh, because we're also siphoning off some of this petroleum to make solid fuel. Okay, here's a thought. Why don't we shove petroleum just there and make solid fuel from, let's say, light oil? That seems to be what we have too much of. You know what? I bet we can... Okay. Let me try some circuit wizardry here. If anything is greater than 0. Okay. That's an excellent change. Okay, we have set this inserter dragging solid fuel out of the chemical plants to be enabled only if we need more letters that come from solid fuel, which should prevent us from eating too much light oil from the light oil process. Meanwhile, all of our petroleum is going up here for barrels, which means our M supply should be increasing. I like that change. had a microwave, those produce tons of If there was a microwave, I would do that. In the meantime, I will make do. Hey, Nikki. Did you just see the notification? I do not know how to use Twitch. It's on YouTube as well, if that's better for you. But I'm sorry if you just saw the notification. I don't know why the bot in my Discord triggered twice. Okay, let's see. We got our rocket fuel. Let's speed this back up and see if we can get number decompiling at a reasonable time. How are we doing on SPM? Hell yeah, 8 science per minute. How do you make Discord bots work? Making a game out of Discord bots sounds fun. I don't know the ins and outs. I use a bot that somebody else made, but I assume you have to probably, I don't know, Python or something, and then hook into the Discord API and code up whatever your logic is and host it on your own server or AWS and whatnot. More or less like any other service integration these days. It's about even for the number of watchers on each platform, though Twitch seems to be more chatty. Yeah. I haven't looked at the YouTube watchers in a while. Yeah, 13 on YouTube, 16 on Twitch, 14 on Twitch. Discord-based RPG where every player controls the same character. Do we have a Twitch Plays Pokemon sequel in mind? Seems as if we have run out of science. Yeah, what is this? What? It was low on W's for a second. R, M, N, D... And yeah, okay. You should never be low on W. Bump that up to 30. Should also bump that up. Say 20 for this. Twitch Plays Factorio. I cannot imagine that actually succeeding. Then again, didn't they play Dark Souls? I know someone tried to make Twitch play Dark Souls. I never actually followed up to see if they won. Someone did Twitch Plays Factorio. Reasonably successful. Okay. Who am I to judge? Purple science. M's again. Okay. Okay, tell you what. Let's clear up some space here. Dump a bunch more letters in our general purpose voting loop. You could control which game to you could choose which game to control, and then every rival fight was PvP. That actually sounds pretty awesome. You want one that is working well? There's Twitch Solves Cube. Is that Rubik's Cube? Must be Ultra Cube. Really? You're in need of ends? Oh, no. Let's not do that. Stone. Yeah, okay, so our stone is clogged, basically, is what that means. Yeah, look at the ends start spewing out. Modded planet that the lore was the engineer made a second cube. I came across that one as well. That looked like a fun one. It's one of the top Space Age mods. If you just search the mod portal by Space Age mod and most downloaded, I believe it's on the first page. Okay. That should help out our end progress eventually. And here we go. Look at this beautiful influx of ends. Not the greatest planet ever, but not the worst. Cough Rubia. I was planning on playing Rubia for a video a couple after this one. Are you not a fan, Code Green? Planet itself is fine. Poop humors with the... Ah, that's a little unfortunate. Someone made an entire mod that just changes everything's Rubia alt cut. Okay, that's good to know. I will have to bookmark that. I believe it is linked on Rubius mod page. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, Sam Sky, if you haven't seen Dasha's AAI Industries, the Factorio City video, I think is what it's called. It's definitely worth a watch. Jank does not begin to describe that mod. You've seen it, okay. Yeah, the amount of circuitry crap that he had to go through just to get that mod under control was mind-boggling. Wanted to make my own AI that doesn't fall apart. I mean, that sounds like a hell of a project. I would love to get into an actual overhaul playthrough if only I weren't completely burnt out of video games as a whole right now. I mean, that's totally understandable. I have absolutely been there. Don't force yourself to do something if you're not gonna enjoy it. Oh hey, we're theoretically, yeah, we're making some steam from our changers now. Okay. Here's what we are gonna do. Extremely interested in hobby electronics lately. That sounds like a really fun thing to get into, honestly. Okay, we need D, N, and R. Okay, we're going to steal R's from here. Needing clay, stone, brick, petroleum, gas, solid fuel is where we have D from. Maybe we would. There we go. Little and R should also be up there. N? Really? Okay. That's down here at stone. To unceremoniously swipe all of these ends. And P is back at copper we go. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Oh, perfect. Reaches exactly. Okay. have a nice big fun steam pipe coming down here. It's turning our steam into better steam and outputting way more power capacity, which is exactly what we want to see. Now you are missing M's. Which again are going to be back here at petroleum gas barrels. Okay. Oh, that's why. Okay. More stuff to void. Is having a pause button ever that useful for normal gameplay? I mean, if I need to pause the game, I just go into the... I just hit escape. That seems like pause enough. Congratulations on the better base, Selly. Yeah, you can't do anything with tick pause as a character, exactly. Yeah, tech tree also a pause. Okay, we are now getting power from the letters fuel cell. And we even got a couple of 5s. Okay, we also need to think about expanding number capacity. Which for now... we're just going to do with a whitelisted inserter. Probably going to jump in VC later or post a picture in Discord. Yeah, I'd love to take a look. Trivia time, there's actually a hidden setting you can turn on to make the tech tree not pause the game. Oh gosh, I forget where that setting is. But yes, I know of that. You need to be saving U-235 for Coverex. That is a fair point. Okay, so let's change this to only 238. And then put 235 in a separate box. Control-Alt-Shift-click the settings button, then turn for Control-Alt-click. What are we continually low on? Ends still. They're coming at a respectable rate. There's other things that... yeah, okay, I can live with this. Oh, uh-oh. Did I make an oopsie? Yes, the reactor temperature got too low. Okay. I guess we put engines back in the chain. I knew switching to turbines was a bad idea. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. We will default to using steam engines first, and any excess steam will go into the turbines. That should give us some efficiency bonuses without risk of blackout. That's why I love having a 21:9 display, full video stream with chat on the side. Man, I have an ultra-wide above the 4K monitor that I'm actually playing this game on, and I miss using it. Ultra-wide is great. What is an EDA, Nikki? Realistically, the space isn't going to be using more than steam engines can provide. You'd think not, but the other person who beat the game and started a discussion on the mod page was complaining about running out of power. Like, the reason the heat changers are in the game at all is because that person was low on power and wanted a way of getting to nuclear that did not require the letter X. An EDA is basically a CAD software for circuits. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. Ah, Kitty is awake and crying. What do we need, sweetheart? Aww. Okay, well, I'd like to get to number decompiling before I sign off here. So I think I can let this run for another couple of minutes. Tell you what an ultra-wide display really comes in handy for, though, is video editing. Being able to stretch out your entire timeline on that much extra horizontal real estate is super convenient. Base is crawling, but if you can reach logistics system, you completely redesign. Yeah, I'm not opposed to tearing this entire thing down and replacing with bots when we get to that point. There is one video and one video only that I edited on a traditional 16:9 screen, and that was the everything spoilage one. And that was because I played and did almost all the editing work for that completely on my laptop rather than my desktop, because my desktop was busy trying to get to the end of the world. Other than that, ultra-wide all the way. We had brought up modded planets earlier, and I'm curious from anyone who has played some of the modded planets, which ones you would recommend. I am planning on doing a modded planets playthrough a couple videos after this one, and right now I have in mind Meraxis, Cirrus, and Rubia, but I'm curious if there's anything else that I should bump up to the top of that list. Meraxis and Cirrus are the two best ones. Okay. Numus and Maluna are ones you add if you want to affect the rest of the game and make the start take longer. Okay. Part of the reason I was aiming for those three specifically was because they didn't alter any vanilla recipes and you could just shove them into an existing game. But if some of them even affect the start of the game, that might be worth doing a dedicated playthrough for. The main problem with making a planet addable to existing games is what's stopping people from shipping in everything and trivializing the planet. Yeah. I mean, Meraxis, I think, gets around that by just having most of it be underwater, and I forget which of the other ones has something that forces you to not ship everything in, but... Cirrus is the one where you can't ship in anything but bots. Okay. Planets Lib people decided to have an import whitelist. I mean, personally, that doesn't bother me so much, Code Green. Like, I tried to solve all of the base planets as much as I could with only the stuff available on the planet. Chipped in some raw materials for some of them just to, like, skip over a smelting stage, but other than that... Like, I do wish that Vanilla was a little harsher about not being able to ship in stuff to the planets that exist as they are. Yeah, for sure. Bootstrapping every time is, I totally get how that can be a pain. Counter argument, if that's the way you want to play, why stop it? It's... I think, wasn't it... I forget who said this. I think it was Coverex who said that given the chance, players will optimize the fun out of a game. Yeah. And I feel like there is some value to restricting what players can do to be... Making the fun path also the most efficient path is a tricky task. Wasn't Coverex, but extremely often applied to Factorio. Okay. Yeah, I mean, one can say the same thing for things like space casinos or the LDS Shuffle or whatnot, and that it just feels... Stuff like that feels exploity to me. And yeah, Code Green makes an excellent point. It is very, very difficult to design something that is unique and fun no matter what point you actually get there. Like, think of any open world game where you can technically go anywhere and do anything at any point in the game, and how hard that is to balance for being accessible to an early game player and still challenging enough for a late game player. Soren Johnson, who worked on a few Civ games. Good to know. Are there any good combat hell planets? Not that I know of, but I'm not the person to ask. Castro? Okay. Okay, what are we short on over here? Ends still. Starship Troopers inspired. Oh, that doesn't help. Okay, how do we deal with that? Okay, that'll do the trick. In the meantime, let's take a bunch of you. And oh god, okay. Yeah, stone was either clogged or dead. So let's go up here and void a bunch of letters. Exoskeletons ain't got nothing on speed boost mods. Okay, that gets us some better end supply. Castra is the main combat planet, happens to be not that interesting inside of that. There's also the Foundry Discord, which has a lot of the planet devs. Interesting. Okay. I have to imagine some of the military tech upgrades you can get on Castra I don't want to say trivialize the challenge on other planets, but I can't imagine they make it any tougher. Motioning, however you pronounce that, is also neat enough. Okay. Caster enemies scale their damage with researches. Alright. That sounds like a Dosh planet, not a me planet. Alright, we have number decompiling. So in theory, we can start doing things with this giant box of numbers. Or rather, we can get Z's from 2s at least. So we are on our way to yellow science. Alright, I think this is the point at which I'm gonna hang it up for the night. The cat is asking for me and I need some food. Let's see, is there anyone Twitch can raid before we go? Why is... Yeah, same category. EJSA, Thornan, Chaos, Time Nature. I know Eisnefaust, he's chill. Okay. Down here, Factorio speedrun any percent walkthrough practice. Alright. Rest of the people, I have no idea. Okay, we will raid Eisnefaust. Alright, thank you all so much for turning in. And have a good one. I will see you hopefully earlier afternoon tomorrow so we can actually give the Europeans some chance to tune in. Have a good night, everyone. We are unable to raid Eisnefaust at this time. I hope that's something on his end rather than mine. Alright, if you want to keep watching, you know how to find him. In the meantime, I am gonna hang up here. Yeah, that did happen last time too. I'm not sure what the issue is, but... Alright. You're able to raid him. Okay, I'll check in my dashboard, see if there's something weird on my end going on. There probably is. In the meantime, I will see you all hopefully tomorrow. Have a good night.